Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare
for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up?
that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trousseau is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Ladies, if you're a person who continually pours out, you won't want to miss this upcoming event. October 13, 14, and 15 at the Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland, where we have a power-packed lineup of ladies who are going to pour into you. If you need to increase your impact, your influence, and your income, this is the event for you. Don't miss the power of sisterhood. These ladies coming from around the world to network and connect with you. Don't miss it. How do you get the information? Glad you asked. Go to barbarahsmith.com and click the link. All the details there. Don't miss Sisters Inspire Sisters to Advance, October 13, 14, 15 at the beautiful Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
The Black Business Expo's mission.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Lex Sales of Flex and Fitness All-Stars. I'm your business moderator this morning for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community showing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Ms. Alison Castellarin of Lifestyle Wellness Consultant with Anchor Wellness. Alison Castellarian is from Guyana. She grew up in the UK, and that's where she's currently based. She lived in Italy for over 30 years, where she worked as a civilian in HR management. With her Air Force and her accomplishments are in the field of detoxification, toxicology, health and nutrition, and including being a qualified rebound exercise trainer. I present to you Miss Alison Castellarian.
Oh, thank you ever so much, Alexis. That's such a warm welcome. And I must also say, I love being in this space. Thanks to Dr. Kelly and team for extending that invitation. It's amazing the work that is actually taking place in the community. Excellent job. And now, I will just delve in to give a little bit of introduction about my background. I know Lex did a great job also, yes. I come from the HR community. I was born in Guyana, of course. HR is such a vast a career field that there are many things, but when you do, let's say, military HR, it is so diverse. And that has given me the opportunity to work with management at various levels and, organizations and a lot of analytical and research audits and so on. And not for nothing, I think that is part of the background and the skill set that's helped me along in this space where I am. Now, let me tell you my story. I wasn't always in the health arena, but my late mother is the one, bless Lucille. She had something to do with this role. She suffered from dementia, and of course, based on the medication that she was taking at the time, the adverse impact caused her to have a lot of convulsive shaking. And one would have thought that she had Parkinson's instead, in a really bad case of Parkinson. However, her diet was changed, unknown to me. And when I asked my sister at the time who took care of my mother, I said, what has happened? Have they changed her medication? To my surprise, she said, oh no, it's based on her diet. We have changed things. So that aroused my curiosity. And at the time, I also had some stomach health challenge with different medical tests and examination I did, found nothing wrong. Of course, I decided to research a little bit and start applying some of these things, but I realized that I didn't have sufficient knowledge to take it to a level where I wanted to. So I delved into the health studies, as Lex mentioned. I also moved on to detoxification and toxology. And I was really, really amazed and blown away when I did the detoxification and toxicology, because that also tells us the origin and the exposure that we don't realize we're having to a lot of toxins. And that, of course, pushed me on. Fast forward, I also benefited from the application of the different change in lifestyle and my eating habits. I no longer have any disturbance or dis-ease, I can call it, with my stomach. And let's hope that that keeps going well, right? Also, at the time I wore glasses, would you believe that? And when I went 2 years after I was on this different journey, my eyesight, I did not need an upgrade in my glasses. So that was amazing for me. That showed that things worked. And this is what we need. Things work. And I believe that had I not been dedicated, I would not have gotten to this point. So sometimes we need that big D, dedication, and also the commitment to see things through to gain success. And I'm happy that I've taken that journey. Now, from that inspired me to move on to the brand Anchor Wellness. And the brand Anchor Wellness is something that I have started some years back, but I discovered that it is not an easy thing to, when you're in a high demanding career field and you're also at the same time balancing a private business. So that was pushed in the background, as we say, back burner. And now that I'm not working for several years now, I'm retired. So this is the career that I want to pursue, because it is my passion and also my mission to share this knowledge with people who want to embrace good health. So, going back to the Anchor Wellness, the program basically is principally based on 4 impact strategies. It's basically to promote good health. And there are 4 fundamental impact strategies. The first one being the food we eat. It may seem like something very lighthearted, but the food we eat play a fundamental role in our being healthy or our health taking a nosedive. So that is one of the principal areas that I encourage people to look at. And then, of course, we look at detoxification of the body. Why would we want to detox our body? It seems like a myth. But let me say that detoxification is not something new, is not a fad. It's a science that has been around for centuries, but we have lost our way in the application with the knowledge. The Greeks and the Egyptians and the Romans, they all use the system, Africans also. So we need to get back to basics. And now in the environments that we live in, we're so developed that we have a lot of different types of toxins that come into play in the body, that the organism just not designed to break down all of these toxins from medication, from the food we're eating with all the additive, preservative, and so forth. So we need to lend a helping hand. That's where we are. And of course, the third one that we have is high energy. Maintaining high energy is fundamental. It's not only exercise, but you see, we are energetic beings. We're all energy. Everything in life is intertwined. We have lost our way. So we also need to find ways of connecting with the universe. There are different methods that we can do. One of the things I usually say to a lot of clients is get out there and barefooted sometimes, connect with the earth. We are always in our shoes, we are always in an area where it's all built up. So we need to make that connection also, free your mind, distress your body. So we need to reach out in that space too. And the fourth, of course, the fourth impact strategy of Anchor Wellness is to reduce the aging. Of course, everybody wants to reduce aging. We don't always want to look our age. We want to look refreshed. But also, once the mind is healthy, once the body is healthy, the mind will flow in the same direction. And we need to get that balance. So this is what Anchor Wellness is about. So let me tell you also, if you want, you can reach out to Anchor Wellness at http://anchorwellness.life. That is the website that we are found on. If you want to email us, of course, please do. We love to hear from you. info@anchorwellness.life, or alternatively, here is our phone number. It is US. You can reach out on 812-575-0581. Or UK, if you're in the UK, we are on the international code would be +44 7592 966 015. So I am so happy and delighted to be in this space. It seems sometimes I think like I'm a child again, with all the excitement to share knowledge. One of the reasons why I feel that a lot of people aren't embracing the healthy lifestyle, I'm talking today, by the way, a little bit. I want to share some information on the foods we eat, because fundamentally that can actually build up the health or break down your health. And the foods we eat, if we're eating overall foods that are fried, that are cooked, cooking destroys a lot of the nutrients in our foods. We're eating a lot of foods like refined foods. We're eating a lot of foods that have additives. In the supermarkets today, so take responsibility is basically what this program helps you to do. Going solo is not something that you're ever going to do, because we have the mentorship that will guide you on the way as well. So these are things that you can embrace. Be a little committed. Baby steps will get you there. So now I take a little pause. I see Marsha on
Good morning.
Hello there. Hi, good morning to you.
Yes.
Marsha, having a good day?
Thus far. I'm starting it with you, so it's going to be good, right?
Definitely.
What part of Africa are you from?
I'm from Guyana, which is actually located in the coast of South America, bordering Brazil and Venezuela. Venezuela is actually on the border. So that's the part of South America. Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Mm-hmm. So you've been doing a lot of healthy living. And I think that myself included, that we need to get a real perspective on the food that we eat regularly, and making certain that we are conscientious about that intake of food. Why do you think people don't always introduce a healthier change in the foods that they eat?
Well, Marsha, I believe one of the difficulties in this is that, we have a learned lifestyle from childhood, and no one has ever taught us what is healthy eating options. So it's not easy to break the habit. It's not easy to break such a stronghold. Sometimes people have busy lifestyle and whatever. There are many aspects of that, why people aren't embracing. Sometimes people haven't got the knowledge, or they haven't got the support. So with what we're doing at Anchor Wellness, it's just that to counteract some of these challenges that people face in embracing this healthy eating.
And so too often I think people don't really even realize that they're not eating properly. And, we get accustomed to a certain diet, but for us to be healthier, we really need to be more intentional. Can you speak to that?
Yes, absolutely. Knowledge, I say, is power. And one of the things that I say, if you're not aware, like I wasn't aware at the time when I saw food, and my taste buds run havoc, oh, that's so delicious, you get that water in your mouth when you think of that lovely, delicious fried chicken, and you will eat it very often. So, the body needs also gradual change. You shouldn't implement any change to the body drastically. Of course, you wouldn't survive. You wouldn't survive the process. You would give up because you would feel, oh gosh, it's not working. So gradual replacing some of the foods that you're eating for the healthier option is a start. And then you will find that you become more and more committed. So this is basically how I advise people to approach it.
That's important. Yeah. So, but let's also talk about, how does fiber, and we're seeing a lot of that, particularly here in commercials, it's full of fiber. What is fiber, first of all? And why is it so important to the body?
Yeah, well, first of all, fiber is the roughage that you will get to help break. Body has to break down fiber in all the foods, most of the foods we eat. And you get a lot of fiber from vegetables. So when you eat foods with fiber, it's very good for your whole digestive tract, in particularly for the colon, because even though fiber itself doesn't have any beneficial nutrients for the body, it really works as a broom, and it helps to sweep out the intestines from all the sludge and the buildup. So we need fiber. People are suffering from constipation, things like that, and because lack of fiber, and there are other things, of course, but the main thing is fiber.
So what's fiber? Can you identify what types of fiber there are that people should be focused on?
Well, I would always say get it from the natural foods like fruit and your vegetables, have fiber. You can also use grain. Grain have fibers. Any whole foods, instead of doing the white rice, you can use brown rice. I always say brown over, the refined. And that's where you're getting your fiber from. Mullet is another good means of fiber. And the body love this kind of food. It responds, your colon will respond a lot better when you're eating fiber.
And too often we don't think about fiber as being important, but it is. And too often we're not eating the necessary pieces for us to do what we need to be doing with our bodies. And I know I'm guilty of it sometimes, and particularly I like chocolate. So I have to really be careful. I can't do the chocolate and stay healthy all at the same time.
Right, yes. And it depends on what chocolate. If you use the milk version, if you use like the 100% cocoa, that's better because the body will accept that, But if I have a granddaughter who loves, if she opens them up, I want chocolate. I'm really trying to
tell her to call me.
Yeah,
we'll get along just fine.
Absolutely, I can see that. Yes.
And that's really serious, though. When you have young people who are looking at other, right? And we know that they have to start eating. I think one of the big things for me, I like collard greens. So I could eat collard greens for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, really. Absolutely. If I ever turn to a vegetarian, that would be my go-to.
Your favorite, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope it has fiber.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. You'd be amazed. A lot of the green, you want your spinach, all of those things. Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So when we talk about fiber and what fiber does as it's navigating your system, what's in fiber? I mean, I think of, little buds of thorns that are in your system almost to how fiber would even work in your body. And how often do you really need fiber to do what you're saying we need to do?
Mm-hmm. Well, fiber is that rough part of the food that you're eating, the roughage. And as I said before, it acts as a boom. And the intestines is really important to have fiber to help it function well. So when it helps that peristalsis movement, you feel like you need to go. All of that, the fiber helps. The fiber bulks everything up and makes it easy for you to go and excrete when you go to the toilet. And it goes without saying, if you're taking fiber foods and you're not drinking water, it will create another problem. So you do need to ensure that you increase your water intake as well when you're eating fibrous foods.
Well, I do drink water. Now I'll do more of this. I want you to see, I drink this Yeti. I probably drink at least 5 of these a day.
Okay, well, that's very, very good water intake.
And it's a big one too.
Yes, yeah. Well,
right?
At least, yes, that's quite a lot. If you're getting 2 liters of water a day, that's not bad. And it's a good thing we're talking about water, because what I tell people is that if you want to know if you're not getting enough water, if your body is a little dehydrated, when you urinate, and if it has a dark color, you're definitely not having enough water. So you need to increase your water intake. And that's good. I had one client, who, when I told her she's not drinking enough water, she said, "Oh my God, I can't drink any more water because I'd be running to the toilets and I can't do that. I'm at work, So people sometimes make choices that, harm the body also, because water is the body also, the cells, are made up of water, and you need to have sufficient water intake. Yes.
Well, I'm glad to know that I'm on point, because
yes, very much more.
I drink this water literally all day long. I carry it with me wherever I am, and I don't think that I was thinking of the healthy aspect of it, but rather I just crave it. And I would drink water versus a soda.
Yes, that's a healthy option, because I know some people go to work, they wake up in the morning, they never have breakfast, but they'll have a Diet Coke, and you still have sugar, artificial sugar. It's still not doing your body any benefit. There's no benefit to having all of that, whether it's artificial sugar, refined sugar. Sugar is not necessary for the body.
That's exactly right. And so let's talk about that sugar. So I prefer the brown sugar. It's sort of a light brown. Can we talk about sugar and what we're doing with that? The white versus the light versus the dark sugar?
Yes. Well, I had no knowledge about sugar. I thought, well, if it's brown sugar, it's better for you. But it's still sugar at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is. I know.
Yes. And I know that it's a craving that we have learned, because I found that there are some people in Central America and some people in Africa, funny enough, who don't seem to have that sugar craving as we do more in the Western world. So they're not moved by when, early on I found if I would take a box of chocolate or something like that, they're not really moved by things like that. They would have it there in their cupboard, and I'd go back and I'd say, you still haven't had that chocolate yet. They're just not craving sugar as we do. So I think it's more in our society that we've learned it, and of course they're becoming more developed in our societies too. And the younger generation perhaps are changing a little bit. But any kind of sugar has no relevance really to the body. It's not adding value to the immune system. So if you must have something sweet, I would always say don't make it a regular reoccurrence that, I have to have my sweet tooth. Every meal I'm having a dessert or something like that. That's not, going to add any health value to your body.
Oh, that's not any fun. I like that chocolate cake stuff. I really...
Yes. Yeah, it may be like an occasional treat or something like that. Of course,
Right.
Life would be miserable if you didn't have some of those, isn't it?
But I think what's also important is finding those fruits that can supplement that craving with a fruit that you like.
Yes, you said it. Because as I said with my granddaughter, I'm trying to implement the fruit to substitute because she can ask for chocolate, ice cream, that's all.
Tell her to call me. I understand that concept.
And that has been an eye-opener for me, actually, Marsha, because I realized the early you start with, the healthy options, the better it is that you will be able to continue that way, But most of the times, our parents did not know. My parents did not know, So I don't blame them. They did the best they could. But now that I know, then of course I'm going to pass that information on.
That's exactly right. And I think it's really important to, back in the day, I had a girlfriend who was really, really health conscious. And we used to laugh about it. I was like, oh yeah, okay, you go ahead. Just give me that chocolate, girl. I'm not trying to do all that. But she was very consistent about Beverly. She didn't play. She said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And this is what I need to do. And I'm not going to make any changes. So what are some, maybe 3 situations that are aspects that people should be considering when they look at their diet, and also, too often we're impacted with our skin because we have these breakouts as well. So how do we really get centered on healthy eating? What are the things, because it's not only the physical that we love, but it's also the emotional. How do we deal with that?
Well, that's a good question. It has to be a balance. And this is the reason why, if we can look at in today's society, we're having a lot of mental health issues and so forth. And we need to look at the body as a whole. As I said, the food we're eating is one of the aspects that we're looking at. And that's one of the major things, what you're putting in your body. Also, the exposure you're having to toxins, people are still using a lot of plastic today, but I'm seeing a lot of efforts now in different societies that they're trying to reduce plastic because toxins leach out into different, utensils that you have. If you have water that is plastic and it's in the sun, you have the toxins are leaching out. And when these start getting into your body, little by little, it builds up. So we need to do things, I see we talk about, people are breaking out in skin pimples and so forth. It could be a reaction of something you're using on your skin. And people don't realize that the products in some of the creams and potions and lotions are not always friendly to our skin. So you need to also be aware of what you're putting on your skin, use natural things and so forth. A lot of times also when we have skin problems, it's a digestive problem. You should look at maybe detoxifying your body. It may be, you have some parasites. You may also have different kind of toxic material from medication, even from the food that we eat. The body is not able to, your detoxification organs like the liver, the colon, sometimes even the kidneys, the lymphatic system also are not able to cope under such burden. So you get different symptoms. It may be pimples or so breaking up, maybe rashes on your skin. Because if there's no known specific reason that that maybe, you've been grazed by or whatever, you use something on your skin, then you really have to look internally and change the dynamics, do something about it.
That's really powerful because I hadn't even thought about that, but it makes sense, right? It's got to come out somewhere, and if it doesn't flow, then it's going to come through that somewhere, one of your pores.
Exactly. And skin is, one of the largest organs, and a lot of things is manifested in the skin. Yes.
That's really crazy, though. It's kind of scary because we don't really think about how that detoxification, it should be a regular concern of ours, that we need to have everything in front of us with our children, particularly, to understand, because I think some of these diseases are coming from some of the foods that we eat.
Absolutely. The foods that we eat, remember, one of the things is that, our population has grown, and the food production now, they're looking at faster food production, faster growth, faster yield. So the soil also becomes very deprived of the nourishment. So the food is also voided of some of these goodness that they should have. So it's a whole spiral of things. More pesticides are being used to cope with the bugs and so forth. And a lot of the food, if it's not organic, we are consuming these foods. So the body is really under a lot of burden from the different chemicals that the organs are not designed to process. And therefore, you're going to have some backlog. So detoxification works in a way where you're saying to your body, I'm going to actually give you a break so that you can go in and work on the backlog. I'm going to use certain foods and maybe herbs at the same time so you can go in and deal with the situation. And that's part of it's fundamental thing to do. So the frequency of detoxification, if you're already eating healthy, I mean, a lot of people are embracing that now too, but there's still a great majority of people who aren't, right? Let's face it, the world is what it is. So what you can do is a periodic detoxification, like every 90 days. You can, ensure that you are, because whether we like it or not, we're living in a toxic soup. We can't avoid it. There's no other planet to go on. So let's make the most of it. And yes.
And so let me just say something. When we detoxify, should we be almost on a regimen of fasting as well?
Well, it depends on what detoxification method you're actually looking at, because there's some detoxification methods that would include fasting, abstaining from food, and so forth. And there are others that would you would abstain from eating any cooked food or fried or any processed foods. So, but you will have to abstain, because if you are getting rid of things that aren't beneficial for the body, or certain substances, it's no good if you're going to be inputting the same things. So
Right.
you do have to abstain from yes. So yeah.
That's exactly right, because you're really just creating more madness.
Absolutely, you're defeating the purpose of what you're
That's
doing,
right.
right?
That's
Yes.
right. That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Now I got to go sit down and look at my refrigerator, see what I got, because you're going to make me do it.
You want to detox? Yes.
Oh, yes. So when we talk about weight, we do all these crazy diets.
Mm-hmm.
What does the weight loss program, what does that really look like? What should we really be doing if we're talking about weight loss? Is it something that we should be taking these pills? Should we be eating something, or what should we be doing about the weight loss with these different foods?
Well, my view on weight loss is that it must be done, or it's more effective, let's say, and it's more sustainable if it's done with the natural elements that we have on the planet. If you are going to, do weight loss by using a pill or something that's in nature, you're not going to be able to sustain that. You will probably end up having the yo-yo technique. So weight loss requires consciousness of what you're putting in your body. It requires also some detox. Detox programs are not necessarily geared up for weight loss, but they do bring a lot of good results for weight loss, because it helps to take away whatever chemical substances and parasites or whatever may be in your body. And the fat burning side, of course, means that you are going to do some form of movement, because you must have the combination of those. So it should be, I see it as a lifestyle shift. And that's what people, if you're looking for fat, it will end at a certain point. But if you're looking for a lifestyle shift that you want to maintain and you're determined, the big D again, you will succeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Doctor. We are really excited about this. And I think that I've got a couple of takeaways that I know I need to be dealing with. And one of them is I need to get rid of some of that chocolate.
Yes. Well, that's the whole purpose of it. And have your chocolate, but it's important that you're not doing it every day. You're not doing it, everything should be in moderation. That's it. Wonderful.
Okay.
I love
Thank
the
you
space.
so much. I really appreciate you. Hello, Lex.
Thank you too.
Hello. How y'all doing today?
Great.
Another day in paradise.
Another day above ground.
Definitely, yes, ma'am. Definitely, that was some great information. So we definitely look forward to more information and keeping in contact. What would you say is the best way to reach to you, get to your social media?
Yes, well, as I mentioned earlier on, I'll say it again. You can find us. The website is https://anchorwellness.life, or email us at info@anchorwellness.life, or a phone call, only a phone call away, which will be US 812-575-0581. Or if you're in the UK or you want to call from abroad, it will always be 44+44-7572-966015. And I'm Allison, and I'm so delighted and appreciative to be in this space. You are wonderful and amazing too, Marsha and Lex.
I definitely do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And genius is coming. And I'll see you on the other side.
Most definitely.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeart.
Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and welcome. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. This is the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Foti, founder and CEO of Enolia LLC, Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development, and CEO for Expressions of Humanity Foundation. I am your business moderator from Angola, Africa, for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. With our topic being business and culture, we'd like to introduce to you Coach Trey Bell. Coach Trey Bell was born and raised in West Philadelphia, graduated from Overbrook High School, and attended Kansas University and Temple University. Coach Trey is a retired Philadelphia firefighter. He completed 29 years and 4 months of service to the citizens of Philadelphia. Coach Trey is a retired youth coach of football, 69th Street Wildcats, and basketball, Yaden Education Athletic Association. Coach Trey is the founder of Stocks versus Sneakers, a referral and digital marketing company that helps 16 to 35-year-olds own their life by using financial literacy and cryptocurrency. I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce to you Dwayne Golden. Dwayne Golden is an Army veteran, experienced business consultant, and philanthropist. He earned his degree in biology, chemistry from Messiah University and his MBA from Strayer University. He also completed general studies at Harrisburg Area Community College. With over 3 decades of experience in ministry, Dwayne has devoted his time and expertise to helping underserved and underrepresented communities through nonprofit organizations focused on sickle cell disease, single parent support, homeless youth, and muscular dystrophy. Throughout his career, Dwayne has been recognized for his commitment to principle-centered leadership and innovative use of technology to expand business concepts and transactional techniques. I present to you Coach Trey Bell and Dwayne Golden.
Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings, sister. How you doing?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
So
Good
good
morning.
to have you both here. And I see Dwayne coming in.
Yes, good morning.
Yes,
Can you
good
see
morning.
me?
Can you see me?
I'm in Africa, so it's a little bit delayed here, but yes, you can be seen. So
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
I have to
Video
tell you
needs to
that,
come up.
yes, genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Are you getting an echo, Coach?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, good. It's better now. It's gone.
Okay, I don't see your video. I don't see you.
Oh, you don't?
No. There you
Jeez.
go.
You do now?
Yes, sir. How's everything?
It's good, Coach. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. You know, I'm grateful for you to be available this morning. It's been one crazy good week, and I'm glad that the topic is culture. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to visit the Derby Monarchs football team.
Okay.
Here in outside of Philadelphia, and it brought back that itch of coaching. You know, seeing the little people, seeing the cheerleaders. You know, but I got into a conversation with the president, and we had something in common. We've lost football players to gun violence.
Wow.
You know, and you could see it in his eyes that it really affected him, and And we have to understand that that's the culture. That's the culture, and we have to change that culture. That's my purpose. That's my goal. And inside of bringing business, the one thing that I realize is that one thing that we don't talk about in our culture is the emancipation. We talk about slavery and how we were freed, but one thing that, they say that your cell phones know what you're thinking. And one day this week, wage slavery popped up in my phone. So I took a deep dive. I was like, what is wage slavery? And wage slavery is basically you're in the rat race, like Robert Kiyosaki says, and how do we get out of it? When I talk to politicians or just people in general, and I bring up the living wage, they immediately go to the minimum wage. And you being from Pennsylvania, you know that the minimum wage here is $7.25. And they want to applaud if we get to $15. But the living wage, according to the MIT calculator, for an adult with one child, which is your average parent at a youth football team, on a youth football team, is $36.94 an hour.
Mm.
So how do they get there? And they can't get there by getting another job. And our culture is always pushing jobs, which is cool. But you, with your expertise, you have developed systems to help individuals do something for themselves. And just being an entrepreneur, being self-employed, is still on the left side of the quadrant, according to the cash flow quadrant. How can you explain how you created your systems? Because I've been following you for so long, and a lot of people don't know exactly what you do.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Coach. Thanks for having me in this chat with you. I'll start with the idea that, as common as it seems that people focus on wages and things like that, that concept is really just a good 150 years or so old. The idea when things started here in the West, right? It was like the thing of employment wasn't really in existence. You learned a craft and a skill. You developed skills. You developed things so that now you can provide a service or a product. And products became, of course, much later, but usually it was things around service. The people that were employed were indentured servants and or public servants. But other than that, there was that's a newfound thing to help the big machine work that we have here in the United States. That's why it takes 12 to 16 years to have someone completely conditioned to focus on jobs. So that's not a new thing. But if you think about the way the world worked a good 100, 150 years, well, about 150, 170 years ago, you were a blacksmith. You were, or not you, but it's right. We may have been slaves at that time. But the way the world operated was through bartering and different services. You might have owned a saloon. You may have run a trough company where you created troughs. You may have made furniture by hand, a blacksmith, an apprentice. And so those things determined income, not the government deciding what people make. Those are things that are subliminally put into our mind as we go through the educational system. And many don't know that 170 years ago, 200 years ago, only about 16% of our population here in the country was educated. Everyone else developed skills outside of that. Not that those education is not important. It's just that we flipped. We made everyone into drones, and to spend the first 18 to 24 years of our life being conditioned and trained so that we can make the big machine work. That is, go get a job so that you can consume these things And then eventually things like credit and other things got placed in there. Now, if you take a look at our post-slavery mentality, we fit right into the big machine. And so I was never comfortable. I had 23 jobs in 19 years. I don't know why. I don't know if God put something in me. I was never satisfied with just routine. And so it wasn't money that attracted me. It was the ability to be able to use my mind and use why I'm here, my wiring. And so it didn't matter what a company paid. If it didn't fit right, I didn't stay. In the old days, that meant you were unstable. Nowadays, it's very common, right? And it appeared that I may have been unstable with all of those many jobs. But the skills I learned along the way prepared me for entrepreneurship. I was already prepared from birth. I think all human beings are. So if you think about a 2-year-old, they see what they want and they go after it. That's because they have the wiring that God gave them from birth. It's nothing for a 2-year-old to walk over to another child, pick up that child's toy and say, mine. Now, granted, it's not the correct mode, but what is correct is they see what they want and they go for it and they possess it. And so entrepreneurship is nothing less than that. And so what has to happen is we have to debug, undo the wiring and undo the conditioning. So when I create systems, I like to create systems where the individual determines their return. I don't think in wage, right? Wage typically or usually in cases that we refer to or talking about in return for our time, we're going to get this amount. I don't want to talk to vendors who tell me, okay, here's my billing hours. I don't want to know what your billing hours are. What do you charge me for what we do? What you put in hours, that's on you, So there's a lot of undoing. So for me, I like to create systems that either require the person who's going to utilize the system to undo their thought process, have a paradigm shift so they can actually be successful. And so when you do that, you find out the ceiling that we're trained to have a ceiling. So 40 years ago, when you were in school, you think if I could get a job, make it $50,000, which is about equivalent to what 150 would be now. You're like, if I could get that kind of a job, that means I can have the house, the spouse, the dog to bring me my slippers and a white fence around my house. That stuff's conditioned through Disney, through the movies, through everything. And all of a sudden, we're all just become these walking drones. What do you do? Well, I went to law school. What do you do? I'm a physician. What do you do? I'm a manager at CVS. I'm a so-and-so. Before you know it, our identity has nothing to do with who we are. Our identity becomes about what we do to make the big machine run. So my ideas that I integrate into systems that are built have to do with that individuality. What can I do, right? So I can exchange a whole lot of value for a little bit of income or a little bit of return for that exchange. And when you do that, you can build true wealth, long-term and residual. But it doesn't happen unless you get rid of the old conditioning. See, the old conditioning makes you think things that remove the ceiling are too good to be true. It's a scam, all those things. Now, so if you think about it, the average hours worked, right? If we round it up, the average hours worked a year for an employee is 2,078.4 hours, but they say 2,080. No one ever thought about this. I mean, it's always bugged me as a teenager. If I gave 2,078.4 hours to me, how much could I make? So at the age of 40, I mean, I was had enough. I'm like, all these years, how much money am I making for the people I'm working for? I don't care what they're giving me. What if I gave that to myself? What happened when people like Michael Jordan gave all the hours of work towards their craft so they can demand their return? What happened when people do that? So I wanted to create systems where the ceiling is removed. So did you know there's really very few professions in which the ceiling is gone. And so what we do know is that the wealthiest people in the world sell. They sell services. They sell the very shirt you're wearing. They sell the very houses you're wearing. I mean, you live in. They sell the very technology you use. So people that sell make the most. And what does the big machine do? It makes you think people that are salespeople are sleazy. Yes. Yeah, granted, there are some sleazy people that sell, but there are sleazy people that buy also. We don't say buyers are sleazy. So selling, people say, oh, Bill Gates is a genius. Well, Bill Gates sells. He's been selling from he first bought DOS, right? He licensed everybody. You got to pay every year. Microsoft Office Suite. Hey, every year you renew it. Millions of people, then 1 billion people. What? Wait a minute. Every time you buy a PC, it's going to have this one or that one. Yeah, guess what? He's selling. So the people that sell, whether you sell for a company, there's a compensation structure in which they'll pay you. And I don't know of any. Most don't have a cap. That means you determine what you make. Or you can buy the lie and you can wait 30 years. Maybe you'll make it the vice president or president of your company when you're 60 before they kick you out. And then for the majority of the population, that doesn't happen. So what does happen when we work somewhere for 30 to 40 years? In order to keep the house sustained, you either have to greet people at Walmart or maybe begin to take some orders at Wendy's. Nothing wrong with those things, but when your body is already aged out, you can't enjoy it because you spent much of your life under the conditioning of wage thinking and employment. It doesn't mean that employment's bad. Employment is a great place to learn the skills needed to run a business. I don't believe everybody can run a business. Most have already decided when they were done with school, they were going to stop learning. But if you are someone that develops yourself and you put into you, there is nothing you can't do. So the systems, anything I've ever been a part of creating, it's been about creating something that can free a person up to live their purpose and continue to build this. But if you're not building your mind, right? If a person's not a developer, all you do is repeat fancy words you heard on Facebook. You repeat these sayings that you haven't even tested out. If you don't develop this, I say you should keep your job and keep wages. It's not a bad thing. That's be you. But if you are out in the ledge and you're stretching and learning and you're doing those things, then you do it. And you do it and you get into entrepreneurship. So I went on a tangent because that's something that's dear to my heart. I don't know that it's necessarily the Black culture. It's the American culture.
It's American
when
culture.
we think about the jobs and the wage sinking.
And you touched on so many things, and basically you explain the cash flow quadrant, because a lot of people say, yeah, I've read the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, and I asked them, well, did you read book 2? And then, like you said, he's just trying to sell a book. So no, he's selling his life, and he's showing you that 5% of the wealth is on the left side of the quadrant, which is the employees and the self-employed. And that's where 95% of the wealth is. I mean, 95% of the people are. You know, on the right side of the quadrant, which is a business owner who has a system, or the investor, that's 95% of the wealth, or 5% of the people. And when I go through the different stores and see the young people, I'm looking at all that untapped potential, you know? And
yeah. You know, Coach, though, what for me, what gets to me is that one of the reasons you can have two people read the same book, one person walks away with something, another person says, oh, that was a good book, nice read, but there's no life transformation. I truly believe that the keys have always been into what it says in the book of Proverbs: get wisdom, right? And forget it not. You know, we have to. So wisdom is the derivative and byproduct of knowledge that gets applied. So if you know something and it's just a great read, that's what person that does it. It doesn't really transform into wisdom. It's just some new information. But when you can take the fact of the things you learn and then begin to implement and apply it, now all of a sudden, there's where the wisdom comes from. So what I wanted to say is that if anything, we've got to stop. I mean, it doesn't matter what culture, this is the American culture, but we got to stop it in the Black community, this thing of, well, when will I ever use that? You haven't even lived long enough to know, right? One step at a time. Everyone says it and everyone buys into it. Why do I have to take algebra? I'll never need it, right? Not knowing that the things that are getting sold to us were created because of a person understood algebraic expressions. They understood polynomials, so they could create something that's going to wow us. And the reason it wows us is because we never found a use for it. When will we need that? And so I say we have to learn and understand. Of course, we're not going to believe in things that we can't see. That's why we still have flat earthers. That's why we have people that say, well, look, I don't, I mean, I've heard someone say, I mean, how do I know this in Japan? I've never, I mean, have you ever been there? I've been there. But the point is, people begin to believe only what they can put their mind around because they won't expand their mind. We have to train our kids to look beyond it. Don't just sit and hear something. Hear it, check it out, do your homework. Don't learn your politics from Facebook. Don't learn what you believe from what you only see. Dive in, peel back the layers. There's nothing wrong with learning about how the stars operate in their orientation. There's nothing wrong with going deeper. And that's where we lose. We've replaced development with a great movie that has a good plot. We've replaced some new great knowledge with scanning Facebook for some partial truths or scanning YouTube for some partial truths. So that's where my challenge comes in, is that these things are byproducts of what's going on in our community. Yeah, we're shooting each other. It's about survival. And our ancestors had to survive. But what they did when to survive is they came together. Yes, there was addiction problems in our communities 150 years ago. There were other issues in there. But we didn't intern on ourselves because there were skills being developed. Don't you look back and see all the things you found out that an African-American built? They didn't just build it. George Washington Carver wasn't just one day, oh, there's peanut butter. No, he's a scientist, man.
Yeah.
He was a scientist. He was an ecologist. He was a person who can literally, I mean, I could go into so many different levels of this, but that's the issue. We've learned to believe that because school is hard, and it's not just hard. So I mean, I grew up in a very poor family, and schoolwork was not a priority. Survival was surviving domestic violence, surviving moving all the time, and sometimes going to women's shelters and whatnot. Classes, I didn't care about grades, but you know what? There still had to come a time when developing my mind had to be a priority, or I was never going to make it out. I was never going to make it. So I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but the real issues can be resolved when we point our children, our young people, back to expanding their minds beyond social media. The detachments that social media creates is astonishing. There was a day we'd learn a new thing. We give each other 5. It just in their interaction, right? Now it's a BRB, LOL. It's a text here and there. You know, yeah, mom, I told you I loved you this morning. Didn't you get my text? That is something that is happening. Sure, it's easier to go in and kill a bunch of people you're not connected to. Of course, we're going to go in and shoot schools up. Of course, kids are killing their parents. We're losing the connectivity.
That's right. That's right.
You know, so I'm sorry. Hey, look, you know I'll run with. Don't you turn over to me. You go back.
and that's one of the things with the Promote Peace Challenge that I'm focused on. You know, we have gotten away from, you know, basic training. You know, when I coached, I had the 5 and 6 year olds because nobody wanted to deal with the babies. I dealt with them, you know,
right.
And one thing that I had to realize is I had to speak their language. Because these children have only been on the earth for some of them less than 60 months.
Mercy. Yep.
So why am I going to give them a football, you know, play with the word isolation in it when they don't even know the left from the right? And when I decided to use cartoon characters, you know, they got it like that. And our whole game went to another level. And then I said, well, let me try sending in hand signals, you know, because sometimes I lose my voice. I injured my vocal cords on fire.
Right.
And I was told they can't learn hand signals. And I'm like, I've been standing over here for the last 45 minutes, sending in hand signals, listening to the parents saying, oh, he's not even talking to them. That's because I'm sending in hand signals and they're out there playing and there's no chaos. So yeah, they can do whatever they want to do, but if you tell them they can't, then they're going to say, well, I can't, you know. So we got to let them just flow with it, you know. I want to get back to the systems, because with your system, I understand and I know the history of Jeff Bezos and the Amazon and 30 years ago when he created it, and then he created the Amazon Associates. And he basically created the referral fee, you know, but you took the referral fee on a whole different level. You took it on a whole different level, especially with your E1U Life, which I'm using, and that's going to be part of my fundraising package for my club. But why did you do that? Why did you create a system that pays so much in referral fees?
I didn't create that. Okay, I did create it, but I didn't create it. I think that was not my concept. That concept was a good one. That was created by a colleague, or I shouldn't say a colleague, but a customer of mine. We created that system for him in, I think, 2015 or 16. It was not my creation because I believe that the fire needs fed if it's going to be able to, if it's going to be sustainable. And so I created that for the client. And with a model like that, it is great to offer 80, 90%, and sometimes 100 to those people who move it. Like Jeff Bezos offers what, 10%, and then up to 20 if it's for gaming systems, which does really well. Walmart offers what, 3% or something like that. Target offers 8%. A lot of companies offer a percentage if you sell their products for them, which is good. Even with those, you can build a lot of wealth because of technology. You don't go door to door and sell like vacuum cleaners, right? You have a system out on the internet, and when people find it through Google searches and all that, you can they buy it. You make a lot of money. Doesn't matter what the percentage is. So the model was to help that customer or that client of ours to have his own system, and he sold it himself. So it was a great model for what he did. For us, we wanted to make sure when he was not able to sustain it any longer, we could create things around it to continue that flow. And that's what you've been experiencing, is when someone makes a sale of something that costs a couple $1,000s and they end up earning a few thousand. Wow, what a remarkable thing. That is great. However, there are limits to it. Sustainability is important. What do we say about running backs? If they blow their knee out in because they play 4 quarters in 4 games in preseason, we think it's foolish because there's nothing left now for them to really do it later. And so I equate the model to that if the company is not selling it themselves. So the model is great, it works. And anytime a company is going to offer you a percentage of something, and then they give you means to do it, it doesn't have to be our system, any system. You now have something that's way more powerful than having a boss, right? You have something that's more powerful than even a government assistance check or retirement check. You've got something that has no limit on what you can make. For example, why do people like to go to America? Because you can go as far as you want to go. I know people are going to say, if you're black, you can't. If you're from Croatian, you can't. That's a non-truth. The truth is, you can earn as much as you wish. It has nothing to do with your color. In fact, a lot of customers I have, they don't even know that I'm black. So is creative. That's why it's important to get your education, get some education, understand how to do things, read books, learn how to do stuff, because you realize, independent of your government, independent of your color, you can generate revenue. And so these are things that have to be taught. And yes, it just happens that I am black, which is great, which means I get to influence my neighborhood, my children's children. I get to influence that as a grandparent of 6 kids, soon to be 7 here in 3 weeks. It's vital for me to demonstrate that, yes, you can do what you want to. There is zero excuse. And yes, I was talking to a man that lived in cars as a child, lived in abandoned houses. So it ain't about just because I'm black and I'm poor and have nothing. It just means the way out is to expand this. Minimize the entertainment. Do not have more entertainment in your life than you do education. Because then when you see something like this, like the system you're talking about, you'll see it quickly. Like, what? You mean, even though I dropped out, I can make the same money as a CEO of this company, or my neighbor who is a director at FedEx? I can make more money than that person. Yes, you can. That's the power behind it. We have some young people that haven't even reached their 23rd or 24th birthday who can make six figures in their first 60 to 90 days. That's how powerful this is. So systems, it's not about the system that we created. It's just about freeing your mind up, coach. And so there's some evolution coming with that. One of the things that model you love has been missing, it is the ongoing impact of the residual impact of sowing and reaping. Isn't it beautiful, like the farmer, the things I sow in March and April, that they create a return and a harvest in the fall?
Yes.
And so we're integrating things that will do that will give not just what they call tit for tat, but the things I did today pay me today, but they also pay me tomorrow. So instead of hustling around in December, the things that I've done in June and July are still paying me in December. I don't got to go hustle for the money. I can live my purpose. So if I want to go volunteer for the fire company, volunteer to coach kids, volunteer to work with the Sickle Cell Foundation, I want to do any of those things, I can.
Yes. Speaking on sickle cell with the nonprofits, how can one integrate one of your systems into their nonprofit flow? Because I know that there's a lot of nonprofits, especially here in Philadelphia, that they can get the grant, but part of the problem is having that flow or that cash flow just to run their program.
Well, there are numerous ways, but I'll tell you this. One of the challenges that's hard for people is because most people that run corporations and or run nonprofits their foundational education is from the big machine, meaning that when you come up with ideas like you may have for nonprofits, they're not as widely accepted because it's outside of the box. It's outside of the normal paradigm. So I'm a big believer that if God gives me a vision for something, he's going to finance it. I'm a little bit not old-fashioned in that if God's calling me to somewhere to be a missionary, if I say is God calling me, I don't got to go around and beg people for the money. That means he's also giving me the wherewithal. I believe that if he has something in mind that's for me to do, he's going to finance it and give me the strength to do it. Well, I believe that about business. So with nonprofits, oftentimes the fundraiser that makes sense to them is if they can, for example, sell candy bars, right? And get 10% of those. They're on door knocking, affiliate stuff, right? All schools do it. Cheerleaders. I just sold a lot of popcorn for Young Women's Empowerment Academy. They get 50% of the popcorn. I sold a lot of that for them, right? There are a lot of things that one can do, but when you have a system, a mechanism, where if a nonprofit signs up to be an affiliate and can earn 50%, 70, 80%, and it can be ongoing, they don't know. That's more powerful than a grant because they can fuel the mechanism to get donors who are not donating anything. They're buying a product or a service, and in return, they have this ongoing revenue from it. So imagine this. What if this platform you guys are using here called StreamYard said for the local nonprofit, if they sell this, if they want to put a link on their website and sell this, every time someone pays their monthly payment, they get 50% of it. Nobody knows how powerful that is. So let me tell you, if something costs $40 a month and 1,000 people buy it, but your nonprofit, your young kids, if they get 50% of that, that means if the 1,000 people are only, if it takes a whole year to do it, that means that your football team is earning $20,000 a month. And because we hate math, we are conditioned to be afraid of it when we're younger. We don't see its application, and adults and teachers, parents allow their kids to think, well, when will I ever use that? This is why people make horrible decisions related to their future because they don't do the math because they can't do the math. But when you do that kind of math, you'll never be fit to be someone's employee again.
That's right.
And so imagine that. Even if it takes you 5 years, it won't. You literally could do that within your 6 months to a year. Have 1,000 people paying $20 a month, and you're getting 50% of it. That's $10,000 a month. I mean, you know how many sports teams would love that? I mean, literally, little league sports teams would love to have $10,000 in the same year or the same season. But you can get that every month, even after the season's over. So I don't. I mean, it's elementary the way I put it, but it really is elementary. But most can't see that. Most can't see their need. They see the cost, and when people only see the cost, that's the issue. They don't see the cost of not doing it. So I love to talk to people about, hey, look, why are you not using this model? You're working so hard. You're going to go to your grave with your dreams in you because you let the cost of something keep you from doing it. And when that happens, here's what really happens. The same person who won't pay $200 or $300 for something that's going to make their business make more money for them will easily buy rims, upgrade their car, which is nothing but a liability. They can get wheels. Why do you have to do things related to what people look at, right? Why not? I like to put money into things that create more money. I don't want to put it into the shirt. I'll wear a shirt, but I'm not going to overspend it. I'm not going to buy $1,000 shirt to make you feel good. I'll take that same $1,000 and put it in my business so it's impregnated and it creates more $1,000. That's what I like to do. And so nothing wrong with doing that, but it disturbs me how many people won't make the correct decision for their business because of an initial cost that they're already spending on a carton of cigarettes, that they're already spending on happy hour every month, that they're already spending on, do you know the average American will spend like $150 a month in cable television, and the same person will complain about having something cost $29 a month to feed their business and make them money. That's beyond me. Number one, nobody needs cable TV anymore. You can stream it all from your devices. You can just get the apps, right? Nobody needs it. So I'm not the guy to ask about that, because by the time you talk to a nonprofit, they get it by the time you have to have a long dialogue with them. But the real issue is all the 14 to 20 years of education we got first that programmed us not to see things the way they should be seen.
That's right.
Woo, you got me. All right.
That's why a lot of times when people talk about different systems, the first thing they want to talk about is a pyramid. Oh, that's a pyramid scheme. That's a pyramid scheme. And when they don't realize that, your job, that the wages is basically a pyramid scheme.
Hey, Coach, let me finish that for you. So if you think about it, the hierarchy of a business got a CEO at the top, right? Just think about the shape of this. Underneath that president CEO, you got senior vice presidents next in line.
That's right.
Then you have the vice presidents next in line. And the numbers are getting bigger as I go down. Ready for the next one? Now you got directors, a lot of directors. Then you got managers, a ton of those. Then you got supervisors, a ton of those. And then you have the mass population of what they call entry-level and frontline workers. That is a pyramid. It's just the only difference is you're at the bottom of that pyramid.
That's right.
So
that's right.
If we're talking about a pyramid scheme that takes advantage of people, that is not good or right. But if we're talking about the infrastructure, everything operates that way, from military to companies and corporations to even your very church you go to. So don't be mistaken. The difference is if I own my own business, I'm at the top of it. I'm at the top of what you call a pyramid. The difference is if you got your job and you're making $100,000 a year and the CEO doesn't even know who you are or that you exist, you're at the bottom of yours, let alone the type of income you make. So, woo.
And that's a very good example. That's a very good example.
I could draw it out for you. And I have a master's in business administration, right? And one thing, when I saw them, like when I saw the structure, the infrastructure of how the very top companies around the world work, I'm like, everything's a pyramid. The difference is, where are you in the midst of that pyramid?
That's right.
But money shifting, passing money to take advantage of helpless people, that kind of a pyramid, which is not, I don't know where that name came from. That's more of what they would call the Ponzi, based after the guy. But the shape of it, don't be foolish, man. Don't be foolish.
I like to tell people that you are your own pyramid, because if you have your feet at a 90-degree angle, and you know that from standing at attention, being a Navy man, you're standing in the A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Which is the very algebraic expression that people say, when will I ever use that?
There you go. And you're standing. So if you're standing and you turn north, south, east, and west.
Oh Lord.
You just created 360 degrees, which is the basis of a pyramid. You know, so what type of I remember in the last conversation you even expound on nonprofits having for-profits to help them. You know, because a lot of
one of the more common infrastructures that people don't know about is a lot of the for-profit companies or larger ones are owned by a nonprofit, which creates the perfect ability to flow their revenue and do good things and or also be protected from excess taxing. So the last job I had some 20 years ago was a place called Highmark, right? Highmark Blue Shield, which was a nonprofit that had a lot of for-profits under it, right? And so that used to puzzle me when I first started working there. By the time I got my MBA and I realized why and what. So there's nothing wrong with nonprofits having a profit. That's the first thing. You're not supposed to come up with 0-0. There's nothing wrong with a nonprofit generating capital. It's a very healthy thing. But there's nothing wrong with a nonprofit not just having profit, but also having for-profits that are beneath that same umbrella. So when you have a company that's an umbrella company, which you may know of many, right? Many of you know of Procter & Gamble. But if you think about the Colgate brand and other brands that are under, like, wow, they own a lot of stuff. So that's all. It's a matter of structuring. But this is why I tell you, expand your mind. If the majority of your incoming knowledge comes from Facebook and YouTube, but you really don't go deeper, it's not bad, but you have a lot. You don't know how to differentiate between what and what. And so some things you want it to be sound based on principles. That's how you know, like some stuff we were taught in school wasn't inaccurate, but that's why you want to develop your mind beyond that. Go back further, go deeper. Biographies are really great places to start. Learn about people that are similar to you in your personality, in your expertise. What did they do to be successful? I mean, I'm a reader. I love to read. I love to learn how people do things. That's also what made me unfit to be an employee. That's why I had so many jobs. I was never satisfied. I saw what was possible. I don't think a person can learn all the things that are possible if all you're doing is scanning social media and watching TV. So my belief is, Coach, that we have been conditioned to watch people on TV and in sports to live their dreams while we're at home living a nightmare. We could ensure that we can do that by minimizing that. If anything, let's minimize the entertainment, increase our development in education. When I say education, I'm not necessarily talking about school, just your own development. You don't have to do that. I mean, yeah, it's great if you do, if you can afford it. If you want to spend those years doing that, do it. The most important thing is that you expand your mind, you master and understand the things that God has put here for us to enjoy, and at the same time, live our purpose. I don't think you can live your purpose working till 70 at the average of 2,000 hours a year. 25% of your 24-hour day is spent sleeping. 7% in traffic. You have other responsibilities. You got to clean. You got to do things, and before you know it, there's not enough time to live your purpose. So unless a person does take control of that and do some things, entrepreneur, don't generate your income from some seeds you've sown, as opposed to going out and spending a third of your day at someone's place. So that's my opinion. I love to do work with nonprofits, but one of the things is the freedom to get to do that. And so that's why I'm talking about it. But anyway, I don't want to ramble. I see it's already at the top of the hour, and I don't want to mess up the next person coming in. But you asked a lot of the right. Look, you asked the right questions. But the reason that I create the systems that do that, Doc, is because I believe that every human being, as long as they're breathing, deserves a chance to step into the power in which they were created. And you can't really do that if you don't own your own time. If you don't own your own time, if you're leasing your own time from yourself, and you finally get it, and all you do is can make it the happy hour and catch a basketball game or football game, and then you go back to the work for the person, it's not living. We're just merely existing. We're walking drones. We could step into our power and speak and live and touch the parts of life that most only dream about. That's it. All the funerals any of us go to every year and seeing people die with their dreams inside, nothing's more sad.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Especially with the children. Especially with the
Whew.
children. Now, your systems, what makes your systems from your point of view different and attractive?
You know, I don't know.
What-
That
yeah.
sounds horrible. I don't think like that, so I don't know. I
Gotcha.
mean, as a user, I probably would guess that one of the things that makes it different is the autonomy, the control that the user has in their hands, right? And the downside to that is most people aren't used to having their own decision making. You know, if you go to work, all things are already decided for you: where you sit, what product, what you use, what you do. When you're an entrepreneur, all that's in your plate, right? You're not waiting for someone to permit you to do anything. You know, you go to work, you might have to ask, "Hey, can I go to the bathroom now? I know we're in a meeting," but you have to seek. Hey, I need a day off to take the kid to the dentist. So what I like is the autonomy that our systems allow people to generate the same kind of income or a lot more than they did on their jobs. But the most important thing is the freedom. Now, all of a sudden, there's a huge responsibility put on your plate because too much is given, much is required. Now, if you are in charge of your day, the average person who's been conditioned in the American school system, they flop. That's why a lot of kids can't go to school in line, because it means they're in control of their day. And when you have that control, it's easier to fail because now you don't have someone to force you. Mom's not going to make you. Your boss is not going to make you. So that's the other side to it, man. I think it's unique in that people can have that time. And unfortunately, if you're not conditioned, if you don't train yourself, that may be the beginning of the end. If you don't know, you're like, oh, you can make as much as you want. What do? You wake up late, you watch a little TV, you scan some for YouTube. Before you know, it's time to go to bed again, and you didn't do anything. That's what a lot of people do when they first get into being an entrepreneur. They go on Facebook and look like it. They'll do a live, hey, who's grinding? They talk to each other, but not doing anything. And so I'm a big believer that we should all be involved in income producing activities. Scanning and surfing is not income producing. What is the connection between your activity and the return you will get? And that takes spending your mind. That's why I do a lot of trainings. I'm really big on training, because training and development will help coach and condition a person like you do in sports. You do conditioning in basketball, football, and soccer. Then you do drills, so it becomes second nature. Well, everyone doesn't require that. Some people have built-in barometers, built-in compasses. They know that I got to get busy. I'm doing my thing, but most don't. So training and development, a person is freed up to do what they want, live, and do it. Now, if you want to work 16 hours a day, that's your choice. If you want to work 2 hours a day, that's your choice. That's where people fail. They really just love the freedom, but don't want to pay the cost for that freedom. And freedom does have a cost no matter who it's with.
Got you. Now, let's wrap this all up and put a nice bow on it. What do you see with the change in the climate and the political things? I stay away from it because I look at everything opposite. You know, if they're going left, I'm going to go right. I see that my focus is working with the children, teaching them the cash flow quadrant, playing the game, and then having your systems available to put what they learned playing the game into actual reality, and utilizing this to create a club so they can bring more people in, because the children, especially playing that the cash flow for kids. One thing that I noticed the first time I did it was with young men, or young boys between the age of 10 and 13. Once they got over the fact that they had to read and do math, me and one of my friends, we stepped back and we watched them not only get into playing the game like they were playing Madden or a video game, they automatically started helping each other with words they got stuck on. They helped each other with the math. And it wasn't just one occasion. This was at every table, you know, and in every session. And then a couple of months later, when I was doing it in South Philadelphia at the McDaniel School, I was with young young princesses, and they did the same thing. You know, my goal is to create that culture, you know, so they don't have to be that envious and jealousy. And, you know, I lost a football player, you know, over a text. You know, I lost 5 football players to gun violence. The gentleman I talked to yesterday, he lost, you know, about that much. And I mean, that's a common conversation that coaches have. You know, how do we bring all this together and get these children through that Red Sea?
We got echo. Okay. One of the answers to that as we close out.
I love your presentation, but I have to interrupt you, and I want to thank you so much for a phenomenal interview. I mean, everyone needs to hear this. Thank you so much, and thank you. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate you bringing this topic forward so that everyone can hear it, because everyone needs to hear it.
Thank you.
So at this point, I'm going to say that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Take care, please.
Take care, please.
So I want to thank you so much. And I want to talk about our scholarships. The Black Business Expo's mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college from K through 12, from college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expos USA sponsors for August 2023. And that's a hearty thank you to NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
excited to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Winged Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City, USA. A place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Spiritual Teak, and I'll be your speaker for today. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I have for you, beautiful souls, I have a keynote address. And my topic for today is rediscover your purpose through releasing trauma. But who am I? I am Spiritual Teak. I'm a natural empath. I'm a Reiki master teacher, a transformational speaker and coach, theta practitioner, entrepreneur, soon to be author, and rising galactic starseed incarnated to support individuals to ignite their true power and rediscover their purpose. My mission is to impact billions through healing work and inspirational content. So let's get into it. Rediscover your purpose through releasing trauma. What does that even mean? Before we go there, how I do anything is how I do everything. So I like the purpose to begin with breath. So I just want you to take a moment, close your eyes for a second, and I just want you to breathe into the body. And I want you to hold that breath and then slowly exhale. Beautiful. Thank you. I know it's 10 a.m. and we're starting with a topic about trauma, so I'd rather put us into a place of calm so we can begin. So when I talk about trauma, and I say trauma in the body, I'm talking about experiences that you have and how that may impact your physical body, your mental body, your emotional body, okay? And so what I want you to get out of today is we're going to look at the deeper implications of that on an emotional level, on a physical level, on a mental level, and on a spiritual level. Now, when I say spiritual, I'm not getting into religion. Again, I'm talking about the energy body, okay? We're going to learn how to release some of these emotional blockages and how to change negative emotions and beliefs. And then I have some little tools that I'm going to give you. Actually, I call it source work. A little bit like homework, but source work. Because I want you to dive into your healing journey, because this is all about you rediscovering your purpose so that you can live your truth. Now, when we talk about trauma, if I can look at what the Cambridge Dictionary, how it defines it, it says a severe emotional shock and pain caused by an extremely upsetting experience. Now, a medical version of that is severe injury, usually caused by an accident or violent attack. What am I saying? Simply put, trauma is a disturbing incident. It can impact somebody's ability to cope, which can have a significant implications on their overall well-being. And again, this is what it includes: the mental, the physical, the emotional, and energy body. Now, many people have experienced trauma, and if you say that you haven't, there's different forms of trauma that potentially you have experienced. But I want to talk about some of the symptoms, okay? Some of the emotional and psychological symptoms when we're talking about trauma. So we think about anger, blame, guilt, and shame. Some people withdraw. They feel disconnected. They feel hopeless or helpless. Some of the physical symptoms is when someone is experiencing trauma, they may have a rapid heartbeat or sort of tension in their body. You get a bit restless or even agitated. You might have experienced it yourself. Or you might have someone that you see all the time who are seeing the implications or maybe of a traumatic incident reoccurring for them. When we get into the mental symptoms, we can think about people having sort of chronic stress and maybe anxiety. But the energy body, when I mention the energy body, what I'm talking about is blockages in the chakras, which I'll get into a little bit later, because some of you may know what chakras are and some of you may not know what chakras are. But I'll get into the correlation between the energy body and then the physical and mental body, okay? So I want to talk about the different types of trauma that people can experience, because trauma can have significant impact on your overall well-being, as mentioned. So when I look at this, I'm looking at 3 different types: acute trauma, okay, chronic trauma, and complex trauma. I often sometimes say reoccurring trauma when I think of complex trauma, but for the purpose of this, we'll keep it to those 3 titles. So acute trauma, we're talking about like maybe one single incident. So when I bring up that word, some people may feel like, no, I don't have that reoccurring in my life. Okay, may have been a one-off thing. However, it's still an incident, right? Chronic trauma, we're looking at what is this repeated sort of incident that may be happening in your life. You know, some people experience different forms of abuse repeatedly, etc. That's when I think about chronic trauma. But complex trauma, this is an exposure to a variety of different sort of traumatic situations. And this can have a real serious invasive or interpersonal impact on the individual. And this is where we get into areas where I get into the energy and start talking about how those situations can have more of a significant impact because things start getting stored in the body. And I'll get into that a little bit later. So again, when talking about the types, and I gave you the 3 areas, I just want you to think about the definition, what I was saying there, and talking about the different areas that it may come up. I want to get into it a little bit more clear. So accidents. Some of us have experienced some accidents. I know when I was younger, I had a very serious medical accident, right? Car accident, excuse me, that put me into the hospital for like a week. And in the hospital, I had, I still to this day have certain pains in my body from that incident because the muscles, the back, all of that remembers that incident. There's certain triggers that come up from that. When we think about relationships, for example, getting into the emotional side of things, we have different types of relationships, right? So you have your intimate relationships, you have the relationships with your family, you have a relationship with your friends, you have your relationships with your colleagues, but different things can happen. Some people experience a traumatic experience for a breakup. And that can really shape how they feel about themselves. You can have different relationship with your parents, for example. Some people have, I will classify as traumatic relationships, and it can be traumatic would be with their parents. And it requires a deeper level of healing. Loss and grief is an area that will always bring up and have a form of trauma that stays in the body. We can think about environmental trauma. And I'd like to pause there because oftentimes when people think about trauma, they think about the environment, they think about like home life or something happening directly to them. But actually on a larger scale, I can use the example of 2020, but I can go even deeper and start talking about cultural trauma and the implications of that. And going even deeper and thinking about ancestral trauma. And that starts to take me into the energy body, which I'll get into. But another area that I want to mention to you is self-inflicted trauma. I know some of you might be thinking like, well, but who's going to continue to, inflict pain on themselves? Why would someone do that? Well, oftentimes what develops over time when you've experienced other levels of trauma, so we get into that complex area, then you have repeat things that plays in the mind, and then you can continue to inflict a certain pain because we get into limiting beliefs, etc. So when I think about, and I want to talk a bit more about just that, the whole complex trauma and the reoccurring trauma and the implications, because it leads me into when I start talking about energy and how the two work together and how that can create other things into the body, which we're going to get into how you can release. So let me go back. So I mentioned environment, right? Now, just from a large perspective, thinking about the things that happen in the US, I'm just going to say in terms of go back to cultural and different ways that things can impact a specific culture, us as Black people, right? There's differences in the workplace. There's differences if you get stopped by law enforcement. There's differences in the judicial system. And these sort of things can be triggering for individuals and have a huge implications on their mental well-being. When we talk about family, then some people have experienced, I mentioned it, but different levels of abuse. But it's not just, a physical abuse, the mental abuse. And so going again, we're talking about complex trauma, we're bringing up different levels and layers of different things in someone's life that can have a significant impact on them. So when I think about self-inflicting trauma, and I mentioned that in the repeat things, I was talking about the power of words. And I'll get into that a little bit later because what you say out of your mouth and how you say things out of your mouth can have huge implications on your overall well-being. So it's important to have a deeper understanding into the power behind everything that you say and the implications of that. So what are some of the implications of having complex trauma, reoccurring trauma? And as I'm talking about complex trauma, I don't want to get it misconstrued that I'm saying one other specific incident of trauma can't have lasting effects, because I'm not saying that. But what I am saying and what I want to focus on is how people experience different variations of trauma and the magnitude of that and how that impacts the overall well-being of the individual in those areas that I was saying, which is the mind, the body, and the soul. And so when we get into thinking about the complex trauma and the implications, then there's some key things that comes up for me. And one of them happens to be how reoccurring trauma can lead to and cause what I like to call discomfort or dis-ease in the body. Now, I know you're saying, well, T, hold on a minute. You're talking about trauma, different levels of trauma, variations of trauma, and now you're talking about disease. Look, I'm not going to say I'm a medical practitioner, but I am talking about energy, okay? And I just got through talking about the power of words, which I'll dive into a bit later, but how all these things are interconnected. And the work that I do, what I often see is I see when someone tells me that they have a physical, I'm going to call it discomfort, okay, not disease. For example, I have a client who she has fibroids. Okay. Now, the first thing I said to the client about the fibroids is I went into the emotional side of things because I knew that there had to be some level of storage in the body that has supported the creation of this discomfort, right? So we got into certain words that she was holding, like resentment, for example. So that's on an emotional level. Then it has to start pulling it down. Well, who is it that she's resenting? Where did it even begin? When did it start? Did it start in childhood? Had to start in adulthood? Looking at the themes of that, right? Then we need to get into body. How are we feeding the fibroids, right? So the trauma of maybe they're overeating, maybe they're eating a lot of sugar, etc. Just giving an example, okay? But what I know is that when you can start to dissect what may be the contributing factors to something, then you start moving during a line of healing. And this is what we're talking about, and going back to the title, is rediscover your purpose through releasing trauma. But you got to start identifying the areas of trauma and the root cause of it so that you can move forward in wherever it is that you want to for your life. Whatever you set in a goal, you want to start a new job, et cetera, you want to just release all the pain, et cetera, right? But we need to identify it first. Because one thing's for sure, and like my mom always say, two things for certain. When someone is going through something constantly, you know, that complex trauma I'm talking about in different variations of environmental, home life, work life, etc. Eventually, you know, we get to these pointer triggers. And there's the traumatic events, you know, you end up having these different flashbacks, you know, basically like PTSD. People start having flashbacks of different things happening to their life, and then it has other implications on them. And some of it leads to things that they can't even control. For sound can happen, and you think, oh, you know, they're frightened, and they go into this whole fight or flight situation. And that has significant implications for how they communicate with another soul, how they communicate with themselves, how they see themselves in the world, etc. It can impact them in so many ways in terms of how they sleep, how they concentrate, and how they see, well, how their belief systems about self, put it that way. And so I'm leading into the whole area around PTSD. Well, I just use that as an example because I want to talk about the magnitude of how trauma had those sort of implications. And I'm gonna lead you into this story. So this is a story, it's called Brandon's story. Brandon was 34 years old. And on the 2nd of January, one single bullet took his life. And one can argue, suicide accident. However, what reigns true is years of anxiety, of not feeling worthy of themselves, which is a direct result of how this individual must have seen themselves in the world. He was a high school dropout. He was an ex-gang member. He suffered mental and emotional abuse as a child, all which resulted in him having anxiety, heightened anxiety. Now, many are confused of his actions as he had a wife of 10 years and he had 5 children. But on that day that ended his life, only he knew what was going on in his mind. And it only took 1 second that changed everything permanently. Now, I know that's hard to digest, but it's a reality for many people. And I use such an extreme example because we're talking about complex trauma and how it can lead to people doing different things. Now, obviously, that is an example where we're talking about someone who is no longer here. However, when people are going through things in silence, you may not know. And different traumatic experiences, especially emotional and mental situations, they build up. Again, going back to that PTSD scenario and thinking about the triggers, things end up having implications in someone's mind, and you never know what it is that they're thinking about. And oftentimes we think to ourselves, how can you even help someone in that situation? And I started to think about the suicide rate amongst Black people in general. And I am being really specific in this because I wanted to look at the implications of mental health and how it impacts our community. And I started looking at the stats in the USA, right? So the CDC was saying that suicide in general is one of the leading causes of death. And just from 2021 to 2022, there was a 2.6 increase. So there was something like 48,000 deaths in 2021, and it jumped to like almost 50,000 in 2022. And of that, there was an increase from 2021 to 22 in Black people in suicide from 3.3, it went up to 3.6%, excuse me. I was remembering my stats. And I was looking at these themes and I was saying, okay, now for some people you think, well, yeah, that's not a high number, it's millions of people in America, et cetera. Yeah, but that may be true. But what we're talking about is an area that's impacting people's lives too, where they're making final decisions. And my purpose in this is having people look at these different significant traumas in their life and the complex traumas and seeing how they can begin to release that and begin on their healing journey so that people are feeling better in their mind. They are having more improved mental health, etc. And that's why the conversation around that is purposeful. Because we wanted to support individuals to heal and have lasting effects and feeling good about themselves. Now, in talking about the trauma in the body, it gets me to the place of energy. Okay, so when I talk about energy, people think, yeah, but I know what energy is, etc. Yes, true. You may know what energy is, but let's get into the definition of energy because I want to combine the physical aspect with the energy bodies. Okay, so the Webster Dictionary defines energy as a fundamental entity. That makes me laugh, but a fundamental entity of nature that is transferred between parts of a system in a production of physical change within the system and usually regarded as the capacity for doing work, usable power, such as heat or electricity. Now, usable power such as heat, electricity, is also the resource for producing such power, right? But one thing I love about when we talk about energy is that it cannot be created or destroyed. Now, I'm telling you this for a reason, because we're going to get into an area where I'm talking about how trauma remains in the body. And that is talking about one's aura, which is basically the energy field around someone's body. And I want to talk about the energy centers, which is the chakra. So you saw me go like this because depending on what school of thought you come from, there are a number of chakras, but I'm going to be speaking around the 7 chakras, okay? Now, how is trauma and the chakras are related? Now, mind you, when I talk about chakras, I say energy centers in the body. So it's a bit like a wheel, okay? And these energy centers that I want to focus on are the lower chakras. Now, I don't have time to get into all the chakras. We can be here all day. But the lower chakras are the root chakra, which is like at the base of the spine. It's the sacral chakra, which is right above that, and the solar plexus. Now, the reason why I want to talk about these specific 3 chakras is because in my work and my sort of expertise, as I gave the example of the lady with fibroids, when I speak to people, usually the trauma that they are holding is in these lower chakras, okay? Now, the root chakra, just to get a bit of context, the root chakra is related to like one's foundation, family, how they feel and see themselves and work. Do they feel stable, right? The sacral chakra is about creative passion, the energy of creativity. The solar plexus is what I call it energy in motion. And it's because this is where I feel people hold all the emotions, okay? And when I do work with individuals and I see, as I mentioned, dis-ease or discomfort or things that come up, it usually comes right back to these 3 lower chakras. Now, the upper chakras, the heart, the throat, the mind's eye, the crown, they are purposeful and people can have blockages in these areas. But what I find is that when it comes to healing and identifying like decades of pain in someone is usually dove into those three areas. Now, within the chakra system, as I said, the energy wheels there, then what are we looking at in the aura? Remember I said what the aura was, right? It's basically energy field around the body. So the first layer is like the emotional body, the second layer is the mental body, and then outward we get into the spiritual body. Now, all of that is interrelated and connected because we're talking about maybe you experience a physical incident of a traumatic incident, right? I use the example of me in a car accident, right? And so the physical body have felt that pain. However, what will happen to me on a mental level, right? If I was to be in a situation that reminded me of that accident, for example, hearing a loud sound, and it can take me right back because it's a trigger, right? And so the trigger is still in the body. And so even though the physical incident has moved on with time, the energy of it is stored in the energy body. And that takes me back to the whole conversation that I was saying, or when I started mentioning the power of words. And so I usually do this activity with a lot of my clients or in groups and things like that, because I find it to be purposeful. And what this activity is, we don't have time to do it today because I need like 30 minutes just for the activity alone. But what this activity does is that I will put people in sort of a calm state. And in this calm state, I invite them to close their eyes because usually when our eyes are open, we're taking in like 11 million pieces of information. So basically you're distracted. So I have people close their eyes and then we follow that with breath because breath is life, right? And then breath promotes breathing, you getting calm. So when they're in this state, notice I changed the state of being. So however they were feeling, I'm bringing them to a place of calm. Then I go through a list of words. Now, why do I do that? I do that because although I might see and know that certain things that they may have experienced are stored in the body, I want the individual that I'm working with to see the same thing. And so the best way is to have them experience. Okay, so I'll have them close their eyes and then we'll go into this exercise. And so we'll do a form of breath and then I'll say a word out of my mouth. So I might say, for example, disappointment. And when I say disappointment, what I'll end up doing is I'll ask the individual where in their body, well, and I need to say, I have them keep their eyes closed. I say, where in the body did they feel a sensation from the word disappointment? And then I start getting all kinds of things come out. So people might say to me, oh, I felt it in my shoulder. I felt it in my heart. I felt it in my stomach teak, right? And I'm like, okay. And in some places, I'll go ask a bit more questions. I'll say, so in some places, was it feel stronger or was it like faint? And I get them to start identifying the sensation because now we're talking about energy. And then once they can identify, oh, yeah, so I got this shoulder, and then they remember, oh, but I had this physical shoulder thing happening, right? For example, and then we get into it a bit further. Well, when did that originate? Maybe it originated from a traumatic event. Maybe it's something that how they store things in the body. And you can start to really, really dissect it. But what I find is I even call them low vibrational words. When I say some low vibrational words like resentment or hate or feeling unloved or something like that, then things start to pop up. And usually it's a combination of areas. So I mentioned the energy centers. I talked about the chakras, but even though I'll say the word, they might feel something in the shoulder, they might feel something in the stomach, and then start activating in different places. And then different experiences of that or different memories start to come up. So again, we're talking about triggers. And so the purpose of that exercise is to show how the energy has been, how the traumatic event or traumatic experiences or the complicated, the complex trauma has been stored in the body. And that way, when we start identifying it, then we can start looking at ways to sort of release the trauma, because obviously we don't want to keep that energy stored in the body. And so there's different ways to begin to do that. There's several things that I support people to work with, but one of the fastest ways to sort of get rid of trauma is through what I call the power of the elements. And so you're like, well, Teak, what is the power of the elements? Well, yeah, I am talking about earth, air, water, and fire. No, I'm not making a song. But when you are able to, let's bring up earth, because I work a lot with earth energy. Okay. So when I talk about the earth, I'm talking about things like grounding or forest bathing and tree hugging. Now, some of you are thinking, Teak, I'm not about to go and hug a tree. Okay. You don't have to go and hug a tree. However, I'm talking about ways that I know that can bring the body into a sense of deeper level of calm. And when you're working with trauma, you want to be in a deep sense level of calm because the memory of these situations, especially cell memory of these situations, can have, lasting effects. So what is forest bathing? Is literally taking a walk in the forest, being there for a few hours, but really being, have you ever heard people say, oh, I went for a walk and I feel so much better, because you are in a relaxed state, but also the trees, I can get into all of this stuff, but the trees begin to emit, I forget what chemical, but they forget to emit something that naturally supports the release of calm. Tree hugging. Now I'm a fan of tree hugging. You might think, well, I'm not out there hugging no trees. You might hug a tree with me. But tree hugging supports grounding. And grounding, when I'm talking about grounding, I'm literally talking about connecting to the earth. And you can do that in many different ways. Okay. So you can literally take off your shoes and allow your feet to connect with the earth. And what does that do, that sort of connection? Well, when you do it consistently, and again, we're talking about bringing the body, the mind into a place of calm so you can start identifying things that have been stuck and stored. But when you begin to do that consistently, you're going to start seeing like remark improvements in your life. Okay, so your improved sleep, it's going to reduce the pain. So I talked about discomfort in the body. I talked about the exercise where some people say that they might have stored pain. So it began to reduce that. It'll support with the rhythm, in terms of your, like how you're intaking stress into your body. Okay. Because you'll be feeling a bit more calm and how you respond to things. Also, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. So it brings balance. So what am I talking about when I'm talking about sympathetic nervous system? Sympathetic nervous system is like that fight or flight, right? And so parasympathetic is more like the rest time. So it brings balance in that. So people can expect things to heal a lot quicker. And you think about, how is that possible? It's been proven scientifically that it is possible, and that the effects of grounding actually shows some increased healing. I found this article because the other side of me, the academic side of me, the little nerd side of me was like, okay, I don't want to be all spiritual kumbaya and all of that. I need to find something that actually can evidence, in terms of grounding and the benefits of grounding. And there's this article in the National Library of Medicine. It was published some time ago, back in 2015. However, the information is important, and that's why I want to share with you. And so I'm just going to read this quote from the article. So what it said is, they did this article on grounding, and it said that they had some multidisciplinary research that revealed that electrically conductive contact of the human body with the surface of the earth, basically taking your shoes on and connecting, right, produces intriguing effects on the physiology and health. Come on. Now, these effects relates to inflammation, immune responses, wound healing, prevention, and chronic inflammatory and autoimmune diseases. Now, let me just let that land. So they did this research that confirmed that doing something like grounding can support with healing. Now, I'm talking about trauma and the implications in the body, right? And here we are talking about how you can do something physical with connecting to the earth that's actually looking at the electromagnetic energy. There's an exchange and it producing healing effects. Now, I don't know about you, but I know that sounds good to me. And so when I say this to people about doing something like grounding, especially when you're diving into your road of healing, then it's all about that one word, and that is consistency. If you're not consistent with anything, then you're not going to really see results. And when it comes to your healing, you need to be consistent. You need to take the time out to decide and set your intention. Let me put that in there and set your intention that you are ready for that to happen, that transformation. Because some people, and I'll say it plain, some people continue in these cycles or these patterns of behavior that have continued lasting effects. But when you're really serious about wanting to attract, and I mean that in the best way, when you're really serious about wanting to attract new things into your life, then that means you need to reflect in. And all of the things that are being stored, and as I've been talking to you guys about the trauma in the body, through the energy body, even though physical time may have gone, then it is releasing that so that you can live out your truth, right? So that you can live out your truth. So what are some other ways outside of grounding? Okay, so you can do a number of things to begin to start your healing journey to release trauma. I mean, first of all, it's about identifying the trauma. You know, some people might decide they want to do a therapeutic intervention. You want to go to counseling because that feels right for your vessel and you want to talk it out. Okay, that's one way. But remember, that's dealing with the psyche. Okay, we're still not deeper into the energy. And so when I think about releasing trauma, and because there's an understanding now that, whoa, even though the incident happened, there is still storage in the body, then because we're multifaceted beings, it's important that you have, in my view, combination therapy. And that combination might be you have some therapy, some counseling, and from that therapeutic aspect. But also may mean that you also include exercise, that you also include mindfulness, that you may consider holistic treatments. But what for sure, you need to research what is best for you. And you might start off in one place and then find yourself in multiple places in terms of, or, multiple things simultaneously that is working for you. But it's no individual is like the other, so counseling might work for someone right now, and then they might graduate past counseling and they might decide, you know what, I want to try this other sort of holistic treatment that they've heard about or whatnot. And I'm gonna get into some holistic treatments because, as I said, I am a Reiki master teacher, I'm a theta healer, and I'll talk about what that means and how that supports people on their trauma release journey as well. So, but before I do that, when I mention mindfulness, and I know right now there is loads of information out there in the world about mindfulness and how people can utilize some mindfulness tools. I mean, there is personal development, there's self-love activities, there's breath work, and I'm a firm believer of breath work because I firmly believe that you can move things out of the body. You can listen to binaural beats, and that is a frequency. You take two frequencies, and then it's the difference of a frequency. For example, if I wanted to put someone in a theta brainwave, that's between 4 and 8 hertz. And so if you listen to a binaural beat that's been created, it'll create a deeper sense of calm because it puts you into a subconscious state. And then when you're in a subconscious state, you have to think, well, that creates a space for you to heal. Okay, let that land. So, oftentimes if we're in ego, we're in the way. Okay, and we're in the way of us seeing what the deeper level issues are. And that's why I always start and begin with bring yourself into a state of calm. But limiting beliefs, working with the mind. So affirmations. And remember, I said the power of words. So sometimes people are speaking things into their existence or saying, oh, my life is this, my life is this, my life. Well, after a while, your life is going to continue to show you that it is that because you continue to say that, right? So that's what I meant about self-inflicted trauma, because you're pouring that into your life. And it's like, well, wait, what if you pour something else more positive into your life? Well, I can and I will, surrounding yourself around vessels that are doing amazing things, So if you want to heal your trauma, you start surrounding yourself around people who have done different things that supported their healing journey. Then you can begin to be in an alignment to finding things that are attracted to you for your own vessel. And so going into some of the spiritual practices, like, for example, I mentioned theta healing. Now, what is theta healing? I like to describe theta healing a bit like hypnotherapy, right? But it's not hypnotherapy, so don't quote all of that. But it's like you put someone into a subconscious state, and I was just talking about that. You put somebody into a subconscious state where they are in a deep sense of calm, but then you can sort of dig out belief systems, okay? And when you begin to do that, you're looking at limiting beliefs that might keep someone where they are. Or for example, the traumas that we were talking about, if people are holding on to patterns of thought, and that is self-inflicting trauma, that is getting into the belief system that may have started that, and then you replace that with something else. So basically, you're taking a low vibration or negative emotion or belief, and you are releasing that and replacing it with something more positive, okay? And usually in sessions like that, what ends up happening is that people have emotional responses because, as I said, it's all connected. So the mind, body, and the soul. So they'll have an emotional response or releasing of energy, like sometimes through tears, or the trigger might actually bring up the situation so vividly, and then you invite breath work to move through that as well. So, I mean, theta is a way to go as well. There's things like, spiritual treatments like Reiki. Now, what does Reiki do? Now, Reiki is becoming more common, I feel like. across the board because people are getting it as a complementary treatment for when they're having other sort of significant medical conditions. And so Reiki produces a deep sense level of calm. Reiki stands for life force energy, by the way. And so what the practitioner is usually doing is, I'm going to use the word channeling. They are channeling energy to be able to support people to reduce their stress, to get into deep states of relaxation. It helps people with depression, improving sleep, improving their overall mood, their energy, and relieving pain. Again, Reiki is a technique that I would suggest that should be used in combination with other things, especially when you're dealing with trauma. And when I say dealing with trauma, it's not, I said we're multifaceted beings. So it is looking at it where you are having something to satisfy the mind. So doing something academic to support identifying the traumas, dealing with the emotion, looking at what we've stored, dealing with the limiting beliefs, because all three work together. And then using the sort of energy treatment per se to bring you into a deeper sense of calm. So if there's other pain or things stuck in the body, then you can move and shift that energy, right? So when we're talking about trauma in the body, as you can see, there's different levels and layers. I like to call it the onion because I haven't met one individual that just had a single level of trauma. It's usually been complex trauma in many different ways, and it manifests itself in the body in different ways, especially if it's been over periods of time. And in some people's cases, decades, and holding the same situations within the body and not seeing that shift. So I've given you some suggestions on how you can move that energy. And it first comes through, again, you have to have your intention to want to see and shift change and let go of those sort of traumatic situations within the body. You need to then decide on what type of treatment, well, not treatment, but what type of healing that you want to go down for yourself. What's right for you now? Not necessarily taking on too many things, even though I said that as human beings, we are multifaceted. And so there might be combination treatment that works, but just starting some way. And one of the ways, actually two of the ways that I'm going to give you, because I'm just looking at time now, we're rolling through, two of the ways I'm going to give you to sort of work on those trauma and connecting to the lower chakras, those three that I was talking about. So the root chakra, the sacral chakra, the solar plexus, is through grounding. And that's why I spoke a longer bit about that, because grounding is the fastest way to bring yourself into calm. But then next, I'm going to invite you to do journaling. And when I talk about journaling, you can do this in many different ways, because when I use the onion method, you can just purge. You can write everything down for the day, or if something comes up as a trigger, you can write everything down in that way so that you can release. But there also is something that I call like intentional writing. You can literally, hi, I'm wrapping up. You can literally write down a word and then decide that you're going to just allow yourself to free write. And then and so whenever someone breathes, I always say that you need to do breath in the cycles of breath. So 3 breaths equal a cycle, and then that will bring you to a calm and start to have you look deeper in terms of working on your healing journey when it comes to trauma. Hi, beautiful soul.
Hey. This is Sandra, also known as Miss Ebony Empress. I'm in London.
Are you?
Yes, I am. And I've been listening to you. I've been listening to the whole of your presentation. It's been absolutely amazing. I have to speak to you offline because your perspectives on trauma and healing are what I need. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for a great presentation. That was absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, great. And so I just really wanted to thank you, but I want to say this, that genius is common and you are a genius. So we're going to thank you so much for your time today, and I'm going to see you on the other side.
Thank you. Just to say how to reach me is Spiritual Teak Everything on every platform.
Excellent, excellent.
All right. Take care, love.
Soon.
Okay, bye.
Okay. See you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world
obsessed with the cult of celebrity. I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
The Black
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sandra, also known as Miss Ebony Empress. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. Now, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, my next speaker is a lovely lady called Nurse Blue. She is America's soul health and wellness expert, and she is the CEO of Blue Lighting Coaching and Consulting LLC. Nurse Blue specializes in soul health, which is the art and science of achieving wellness. Nurse Blue is a registered nurse with a Bachelor's of Science degree in nursing from Hampton University. She's also earned 6 highly specialized coaching certifications in life sciences. She's combined that with 20 plus years of research, training, and development in soul health. Soul health is a path to wholeness, which is the pinnacle of health and wellness. Nurse Blue helps clients reverse or prevent chronic diseases that originate from chronic stress and an imbalanced lifestyle. I present today to you, Nurse Blue. Welcome.
Thank you. And I am so excited to be here with you, madam. And I also want to say hello to the Black business community. Yes. Hi. So for the next few minutes, it's my honor and my privilege to present to this community something that I think would be revolutionary for our businesses as we upgrade our wellness strategy, because all of what we're looking to create in the world and our business, it starts in here, and we need a nurse and a wellness coach right now. So I'm delighted to be here to share with us globally. So hello to everyone around the world. I'm here to share with us how to reverse the curse that every person that's in business, whether it's a Black business or not, but certainly Black businesses, reverse the curse of chronic stress. And that's what this presentation is all about. So let me jump in here right away and just share that this is a gift that I want to present to the Black business community. Why? Because I have been serving you all of my life, my entire life. First of all, let me say that I was born to a family that owned a Black business, and that Black business have served Black businesses for over 60 years. And so I grew up serving this community. So I am your community. I know the burdens and the blessings that come with it. And so it's my honor and my privilege as a professional and just someone who has been in service to you all my life. This is my honor, my privilege to share this information with you. What I'm here to do is offer you a dose of wisdom and love, and really that's wrapped in a prescription of wholeness. And excuse me, I am proud to say that it is, an honor and a privilege to introduce you to what you guys probably know for sure is one of the major killers of humanity. But not only how to introduce you to, I'm not just introduce you to you, but introduce you to a way that we can totally reverse the curse of chronic stress. And if we don't, reverse the curse of chronic stress, then it's going to be a huge problem in all business communities, particularly the Black business community. So let me just share with you a little bit more about who I am and why I'm so passionate about this. My name is Nurse Blue, and Blue stands for Build, Love, Unite, and empower people about my favorite subject, hopefully soon to be yours, soul health. I am a registered nurse. I am a soul health and wellness expert. So if you've never heard about soul health, this is our journey. I'm excited to introduce you to it and invite you, before it's all over, I'm going to be a member of your family. Okay. Really, quite frankly. I'm also a soul technician, which is really fun. You'll hear more about that. But as a health and wellness expert, I help people to learn about how musicology could be used to help in reducing chronic stress. I'm a spiritual activist. What does that mean? I fight for the best in the human spirit. And for just a few moments now, I'm going to be your live your best life coach and ascension master, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to grow our businesses. We're here to elevate. We're here to expand. But what I can share with you is that I've successfully helped thousands of people globally. Okay, so I am an internationalist. Globally take back their lives from chronic stress, because that's the stress that leads to chronic disease. And we don't have time for that. No, we do not have time for that, right? So my purpose is clear. I am in business. I was born. I am here on planet Earth to help create heaven on earth, because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I refuse to live in hell. And if you're one of those people, then I want us to start with my first I open all of my presentations like this. This is my first quote. This is my favorite quote. And I want to share it with you, and I want to ask you to adopt it. It's by Oliver Wendell Holmes. And the quote is, "A man's mind, once stretched to a new idea, never returns back to its original dimension." So I'm here to elevate and stretch your mind to a new dimension. Isn't that what health and wholeness and healing is all about? Elevating, right? I'm here to elevate you to a new way in which you see health, because you need it right now at this time. And so I come with love and wholeness wrapped in truth, right? Because the truth, it does set you free, but it might sting a little bit before it does. It might hurt a little bit. So I'm going to ask you to take some deep breaths. And I'm going to put some honey on my lips, right? As I tell you, as I share this information with you, because really my intention is to help you get what you want to, help you achieve what you want to achieve anyway. You want to look and feel your best for the rest of your life. And I want to help you to understand how you can upgrade your wellness strategy with some wellness solutions right now that have proven that to help thousands of people take back their energy, their health, their vitality, take back their emotions and relationships and all of those things that's being held back by your chronic stress. Take back your life from disease, right? You want a higher quality of life. Chronic stress is holding on to that. Let's get rid of it. Now, if you stick around to the end of this presentation, I have a gift for you. If you're in business, it is my hope and my prayer that you understand that emotional intelligence is so much a part of this. And I have a free guide that I want to share with you. Okay. So you're going to use this guide. It's how to understand what your emotional buttons are. Those are your triggers, and how to lessen their impact, because that's going to benefit you. But here's what this is. This presentation is for everybody who is the COO of their health, for their own health in the household. Now, if you are a woman in business, and you have children, and you have a husband, and you have people in your life who you might be, looking after as they get older, that would be you, like your mom, your father. Okay, you're the CEO of their health. And for men who are in business, if you have a wife, she's probably looking over yours. So I'm going to ask you to be nice and kind to her, and do what she tells you to do, because she's invested in the betterment of your health. Okay. And if that's not your situation, then you're invested in your own health. This is for you. This presentation, this gift is for you. Okay. For women that are ready to go to the next level, right? You ready to go get it? This is for you. Okay. If you work in a service related position, you work with the public, you have clients, that's everyone in business, this is for you. Now, if you are Black in business, I want you to think about this. Okay. You probably have chronic disease to run in your family. When I say chronic disease, that means high blood pressure, cholesterol. Look, guys, I know about y'all. Okay. Cancer, autoimmune deficiencies, arthritis, that runs in our family. All right. That's a curse. Chronic disease is a curse, because it's what you have to live with for the rest of your life. And if it's running in your family, chronic means curse. Okay. Do you want to reverse the curse like you want it to run past you? Okay. I'm here for you. Okay. You want to run it out of your life naturally? Okay. So good. All right. So these are people who want to divorce chronic stress. You don't want to be, you're on prescription meds right now, and you really don't want to be. Okay, you want to get rid of that? Okay, yes, I have something for you. Do you want to get rid of fat belly Felicia? Because she comes with chronic stress. Like when you have chronic stress, it elevates your cortisol levels, and fat belly Felicia starts coming around. You know, look at her, like look down. If something is hanging over your pants right now, that's fat belly Felicia. Do not be friends with her. Y'all got to say bye Felicia for her, because she is taking away from you living your best life. All you're looking for, quite frankly, right now is a wellness solution, an effective system. Okay, I have that for you. You want some love and support. Nurse Blue is here for you, and you need a community. I got you. Okay. And also, maybe I haven't mentioned this. This is also available to a few good men. Okay. Who are willing to come along on this ride with us. Okay. So bottom line, Martin was not the only one that had a dream. Nurse Blue has a dream, right? I have a dream. Yes. And Martin Luther King, who we all know and love, and he gave one of the most powerful speeches in the world, actually inspired us to have dreams. And this is my dream. I want to create a community in the Black business community where we're living up to becoming the best versions of ourselves. We are live your best lifers. Okay. In this club, we are saturated with wholeness, right? Wholeness meaning we are living, laughing, loving, and enjoying our life, because we got rid of generational soul toxins, the toxins that sometimes lead to heart disease. So in this club, we are lowering our blood pressure. We're balancing our blood sugars. In this club, we are losing fat belly Felicia. We're getting rid of our struggles. We're reversing the curse of chronic disease. That is I have a dream. I have a dream that we can do this. I can have a dream that we can get rid of type 2 diabetes and reverse the curse of these conditions off our life. Okay. So that's what we're here to do. We're here to talk about this dream. All right. So what you're going to learn today is, if you choose to adopt Soul Health, it can 10x your business, because the health of your business is only going to be as healthy as you are. Okay. All right. And here's the bottom line, guys. Chronic stress remains the #1 killer. Okay. So either we're going to defeat it or else. And we don't want that to happen to us. All right. So listen, the reason why I'm so passionate about this, because I'm a lifer. Do you know what a lifer is? You probably don't, because I made it up. But a lifer is someone who loves life. And as a nurse, you want me to love life. As a wellness coach, you really want me to love life, right? And I have learned to love it because, first of all, I am absolutely fascinated by life itself, the source of all things that created life. I am absolutely fascinated by what creates health, wellness, and wholeness. I love the planet. I love animals, and I'm a spiritual activist. So I see human beings like my flowers, and I'm here to water them. All right. Now, I have an important question for you, because this is what it all comes down to. Do you want to spend the rest of your life managing a preventable disease? Okay. That's a question, because here's the bottom line. Let me paint the picture for you. You're going in and out of medical appointments for the rest of your life. You start out with one medication, but as you get older, those medications are multiplying. You're taking tests that's not really leading to any real solutions. This can lead to a lot of inconvenience. And a lot of people are living that every day. Your parents are living it. And because of family history and background, you could be living it too if you inherit the same kind of conditions. That's not living your best life, right? And chronic stress is leading to that, because it's the #1 weapon of mass destruction, both personally and collectively. Meaning, if you have one chronic stress, and 6 out of 10 Americans have one, 4 out of 10 Americans have several. Okay. So if you have one chronic disease, it can totally wipe out the business that you're trying to build right now and impact your family for the rest of your life. So that's why this is important, because one prescription, if you don't do what you need to do, can lead to several prescriptions. Several prescriptions over the course of your life can lead to hospital visits. And while I believe in prayer, prayer without works is dead. right? So I'm here to help you put the work into action. Now, here's what I want you to truly understand. The hospitals and our current medical system, they're not invested in helping you live your best life. They're invested in giving you a prescription if you don't live your best life. You understand that? So a lot of us are frustrated by the current healthcare system. I don't work in the healthcare system. I work in soul health. But you have to understand, here's what else is happening. The system of health is changing. I mean, the New York Times this year published an article on February 18th of this year, letting us know that hundreds of thousands of doctors are walking away from the profession. Where's that going to leave you? Have you heard of the nursing shortages that we're experiencing globally? Guys, hospitals are the third leading cause of death. Do you really want to end up in a hospital right now? With the nursing shortages, the mass retirement, COVID burnt out the industry. It burned us all out. There's a lot of fraudulent schools. So that means there are people with certificates, but have not been trained. Okay. On how to provide services. There's a shortage of faculty. There's a hot mess happening. Now, for all of the chronic diseases, guess what? I got good news for you, okay? Good news. 98% of these diseases, they're lifestyle related. That means they're preventable. If they're lifestyle related or preventable, that means that they're in your hands. And that's why I'm here, because I reversed the curse of chronic disease in my life. Yes, I love myself back into soul health. And I reversed the curse. That's why I'm here for you. Okay. So let me give you a little bit background. My family history was plagued with chronic disease. Okay. Everybody had either heart disease or cancer or autoimmune deficiency. It was absolutely crazy. And my entire life, I was really trying to figure out what's the algorithm that I could dodge this bullet. Okay, well, here's what I did. I was able to successfully release 40 plus years of chronic stress, which is multi-generational. I'm going to talk to you about that in a second. I reversed the curse of chronic disease. I was diagnosed with psoriasis over 20 years ago, guys. I have been successful at learning how to manage it naturally. I was on my way to obesity. I lost 30 pounds. I've been able to keep it off since 2016. But more so than anything, guys, I found peace, I found joy, I found wholeness and harmony with all forms of life. I am experiencing the free at last. I am experiencing the free at last, and you can too, okay? Because I know that majority of us, the prescription of a good life was something like this. In my family's, the prescription was a good life is the more money you had was the prescription for a good life. I mean, I'm just going to tell the truth and shame the devil. Right now, go to church on Sunday, do some exercise and get a good education. And then, of course, based on the success that you have, invest in, a lifestyle. That could be a big house, a luxurious car, traveling, have friends and family everywhere that, look up to you. That's what success looks like. Let me just tell you, most of you have been taught that too. And that's not really what true success is. Success is soul health. So I'm going to take with me so that you can understand why this is so important. It's important to me because what I'm going to share with you impacted my own family business, and I'm going to share with you my story. I'm dedicating this conversation that I'm having with you to my late father, Mr. Purvis Spann, the blues man who, just like you, was in business, who did everything for his family, and I am his legacy. And now that I look back on my father's life, when I look back on my experience, my training, I am here to help you do something we didn't know about. I'm here to help you to divorce chronic stress. Now, my second home, my father's business, guys, was a radio station. I'm originally from Chicago. I live in Orlando, but this radio station is WVON. At that time, back in the 1960s, my dad was a disc jockey who later came to own it. Now, some of you guys may be familiar with WVON. If you ever watched the movie Cadillac Records, it's about, Beyonce was in it. Okay, it's about a record company that launched the artists like blues artists, legendary blues artists, Muddy Waters, Etta James, of course, Howlin' Wolf, and many others, right? And they had a radio station. Well, guess who their blues disc jockey was that helped to launch these people? My dad, Mr. Purvis Spann, the blues man. So I grew up in a radio station as my second home. So I was surrounded by books, surrounded by think tankers, surrounded by media. And that's where I learned the art, the science, and the power of vibrational frequency, because we owned a frequency. I also learned how media influences your health. I learned how to become a musicologist. I also learned how to become a soul technician. I understood the power of media programming. Now, what made my father very successful at that time, he was there to help launch the music genre of rhythm and blues and soul. Yes. So you've seen his work, because if you know of Aretha Franklin, he originally crowned her, like put the crown on her head and named her the Queen of Soul. Okay, right? That was the power of what he had. He took people viral. He did the same thing for B.B. King, and B.B. King became the king of the blues. He did the same thing. And so I was surrounded by all of these major figures in life. I mean, anywhere from Martin Luther King have come through our studios to Barack Obama, who was a fill-in host for us, for Roland Martin, who started his career. Even Don Cornelius had a show on WVON before he went off to do Soul Train, and he gave us his dog. So you see, guys, I was meant to do what I'm doing, okay? So with all of that being said, that's why I'm so passionate about it, because my father spent 70 of his years of being a public servant and an entrepreneur, a musicologist, and a technician in the entertainment business. He also, guys, he served his country. He was a veteran. He was in the music and blues and broadcast hall of fame. He was a boxer, an athlete. This man never drank. He never used he never drank alcohol. I'm speaking of no alcohol, wine. He didn't even know the taste of alcohol. He never used any substances, any drugs. He never, that wasn't his life. And he walked 3 to 5 miles a day. Now, why am I telling you this? Because would it make sense that this man who lived somewhat of a very healthy lifestyle, guys, suffered the complications of heart disease? My father had high cholesterol. He had high blood pressure. My father suffered the complications of dementia and Alzheimer's, to a point, guys. Oh, and also prostate cancer. Oh, and also prostate cancer, where at the end of the day, it was almost like, how did he?
Oh, wow. It seems like we have lost the speaker. But I really did want to thank her for her presentation. That was an amazing presentation. I was just getting into that because as somebody who's got a family who suffers from chronic diseases, that presentation was absolutely perfect for me. And I'm sure listeners, you also enjoyed hearing our wonderful speaker, Nurse Blue. So I did want to ask her some questions. It seems like we don't have time, but I just want to say thank you so much. I know that you can hear me from the Blue Room probably. I want to just say thank you so much for your presentation. That was amazing. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for doing such a great, great job of presenting about chronic illness. So that was a real inspiration to me, and I'm sure to everyone who is listening. Thank you so much. And I did want to say that genius is common, and but before we continue, maybe one of the things I want to do is to just thank our sponsors and promote our scholarship. So let me tell you this, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or to key stage 12 entrepreneurs, or K-12 entrepreneurs, sorry, K-12 entrepreneurs. So this expo is a fundraiser for students. And if you want to go to www.blackbusinessexposer.com, you can donate to the scholarship fund and use the Cash App that's on the screen. And I will wait for them to actually put that information up. But I'll tell you anyway that the goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. That's amazing. And students can also, if you're interested in receiving some of that funding, you can go to www.blackbusinessexposer.com. So let me tell you that every penny counts, every dollar counts. I say penny because I'm from the UK, but every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We also want to take this time to thank our sponsors, our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, for their sponsorship during July 2023. So let me just roll out a shout out and a thank you to the list. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, thank you, Step Management, BHS and Associates, we are so grateful, Margie McLean Foundation Inclusive, thank you so much. Genius is Common, of course, Earth Essentials, Marlene Shaney Global, thank you guys. The Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you. Genius is Common. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you, guys.
I'm Ramon Gray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this. I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe. beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about TrueSelf. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for TrueSelf is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.